Endeavor Houston, go ahead.
Okay, we're going to jump ahead at this point now and do block 14 and then entry switch list verification, if that's the way that you understood what our previous request was.
Endeavor Houston for Ron, we copy that, and you have a go for that. We have one small change in block 14 when you're ready.
Go ahead.
Okay, in block 14, a few lines down on panel R4, where it says hydraulic brake heater 3 to auto, we'd like you only take 2 of them, and you can take A and B is fine. That way Duff won't have to reach back later and maybe turn one off. So just go ahead and just turn 2 of them on.
Okay, we've done that, and Brian just pointed out, how about the flash of app controller? Is that ready to go to GPC?
Endeavor, we'd like to leave those on, ON.
Roger, we thought we might. We'll take it to GPC after we activate the BFS.
Endeavor, we copy and we agree. Endeavor Houston, another just a heads up here in block 14, we'll be turning the Vern's drivers off, as you probably see, and we'll go back to primary jets before then.
Okay.
And you have a go at this time for A auto pry. Endeavor Houston for Ron, as you probably already know, those messages are due to your steps and no action just because we're doing them early.
Roger, thanks. ready to do block 15 now. Do you have a config for the mats?
Denver, Houston, you have a go for block 15 as written with the pen and ink as we gave you many days earlier.
Okay, that's recorder power on. And you're happy to have the hydraulic heaters turned off?
Ron, that is affirmative. Your go as written.
Okay, thanks. recon.
Denver, Houston, they're listening.
Okay, doing entry switch list verification. I've got the high load VAP currently in off. Verification would have me take it to enable, and the rad out temp currently in high. Verification would have me take it to norm. Do you want me to leave them where they are for now? I think I can leave them there where they are, and it'll take care of itself in rad bypass those checkout along with the rad switches.
And Ron, we agree with that.
Okay.
Endeavor Houston, we're 2 minutes to LOS for the ZOE, and we'll pick you back up on the other side at 19:22.
See you there, Kurt.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're just a little under 2 minutes away from losing communications with Endeavor as it passes above that portion of Earth that's not covered by NASA's communication satellites. When we lose communications with the spacecraft, we'll regain them again in just about 6 minutes or so as it moves within range of the western satellite. Currently, Endeavor's in an orientation that is designed to shade the radiators located on the interior of the cargo bay doors, cooling them off in preparation for closing the doors. That door closing is scheduled to be in about an hour from now at about 4:27 a.m. Central Time this morning. All preparations are continuing to go very smoothly toward a landing today. The plan of action for the day has Mission Control and Endeavor focusing on a landing at the Kennedy Space Center.
Before we lose you, we're also going to do Block 18 now, if that's okay with you.
Endeavor Houston, you have a go for Block 18.
Roger, thanks.
Again, at present, attention on board Endeavor and in Mission Control is focused on the Kennedy Space Center shuttle landing facility runways. With clocks on board the spacecraft and in Mission Control counting down toward an engine firing that would have Endeavor begin a descent to Kennedy this morning. It's the one and only opportunity to land in Florida for today, and that would have Endeavor fire its engines at 6:42 a.m. Central Time to culminate in a touchdown on Kennedy Space Center's runway 33 at 7:52 a.m. Central. Flight controllers are watching the weather very closely at the Kennedy Space Center this morning. The weather forecast for Kennedy is encouraging over what it has been for the last couple of days. However, there is still a chance of showers in the forecast. The upper level air around Kennedy Space Center, though, appears to be getting drier and on a trend that has it drying out, and there's a possibility that that chance of showers may be eliminated from the forecast as the morning wears on. And flight controllers will just have to continually watch that and get updates on the forecast as the morning progresses from shuttle weather forecasters, and also receive information from on-site observations by astronaut Hoot Gibson, who is currently flying a T-38 jet in the area, looking at the weather and making approaches to the runway, and will later fly a shuttle training aircraft on practice approaches to the runway and report his observations back, as well as ground observers at the shuttle landing facility who are reporting in. If weather does not become acceptable at the Kennedy Space Center prior to 6:42 a.m. Central Time for that one opportunity there today, then attention in the control center and on board Endeavor will immediately shift to the Edwards Air Force Base in California for a landing there that would begin with an engine firing at 8:11 a.m. Central Time to culminate in a touchdown on Edwards runway 22, that's a concrete runway, at 9:22 a.m. Central. The weather forecast for Edwards is as it has been for the past several days, with clear skies, unrestricted visibility, and light winds. Excellent weather for a landing. Edwards' forecast has remained very stable over the last several days and is expected to do so throughout the morning. We're now a little under 3 minutes away from regaining communications with Endeavor when it moves back within range of our tracking satellite system at 9 days, 19 hours, and 20 minutes into Endeavor's flight on shuttle mission STS-57. This is Mission Control Houston.
Denver, Houston, we're back with you on Teeters West.
Loud and clear.
Endeavor Houston, we have the data from the IMUs, and you're go for the align.
Roger. Thanks, Kurt.
This is Mission Control Houston aboard Endeavour. The crew's just about a little more than 15 minutes away from beginning actions to close the cargo bay doors of the spacecraft in preparation for today's landing. All activities readying for the landing have gone very smoothly this morning on board the spacecraft. It's in excellent shape. No mechanical problems have been seen today, as has been the case throughout the flight. Current plan for this morning is focused on the Kennedy Space Center with an opportunity to land at Kennedy, the only opportunity to land at Kennedy for today. Being at starting with an engine firing by Endeavour at 6:42 a.m. Central Time that would lead to a touchdown at Kennedy Space Center's runway 33 at 7:52 a.m. Central Time. Currently, Mission Control and Endeavour are focused on that opportunity, on that 6:42 a.m. engine firing. Currently, the weather forecast at Kennedy shows a possibility for improvement over what it has been the last couple of days and the last couple of days of landing attempts for Endeavour. As forecasters have seen low pressure system that was approaching the area of the East Florida coast yesterday move off the coast and now out over the Atlantic. However, the current forecast for Kennedy still does call for a chance of showers, although if current trends continue, there's a possibility that that chance of showers may not materialize and may be able to be removed from the forecast. That forecast will basically just be watched throughout the morning and constantly updated via observations from weather aircraft flying in the vicinity of the Kennedy Space Center and ground observers, as well as weather forecasters here in Mission Control. If weather for the Kennedy Space Center proves unacceptable for that one and only attempt today, that would begin with the 6:42 a.m. Central Time engine firing. The focus of attention in Mission Control and onboard Endeavour would immediately shift to the Edwards Air Force Base in California, and an opportunity to land there that would begin with an engine firing by Endeavour at 8:11 a.m. Central Time and culminate in a touchdown on runway 22 at Edwards at 9:22 a.m. Central Time. The weather forecast at Edwards is very stable, as it has been for the past several days, with cloudless skies in the area, unrestricted visibility, and winds out of the west at very light, about 8 knots. Again, we're just about a little less than 15 minutes away from the start of activities to close the cargo bay doors of Endeavour. That's scheduled to begin at about 4:17 a.m. Central Time.
Endeavor Houston for Ron, we saw your rad bypass fest checkout was good. You have a go now for Block 9 payload bay core closing. We've made up quite a bit in the water.
Okay, we'll start payload bay door closing now.
This is Mission Control Houston with that call to Endeavor. The crew will now begin activities to close the cargo bay doors of the spacecraft.
Endeavor Houston, just to confirm, we will need Block 7 prior to Block 9, which is to config before the door closing.
Roger, it's in work. And you send over, how do you like the IMU aligned verification data?
And Ron, we're looking at the data now. Endeavor Houston for Ron, we'd like you to clear the star table and reacquire the stars and let us look at that data.
Okay, clearing the star table one more time.
Endeavor Houston, we see a good verification. Your go to proceed.
Okay, Kurt, we'll be staying here for the calm attitude.
Ron, that is affirm. We like this attitude. And also concerning your payload bay floods, during power up, we saw the RPC on the aft starboard flood may have tripped it may not come on. If you do need light in the aft, you have a go for the aft port flood.
And it's on.
And Endeavour Houston, are you confirming the starboard or the port light on?
Roger, we're confirming the starboard came on, one thrown.
Okay, great, Ron. I understand the starboard flood came on.
Well, we think so. We've got light back there in any event with the switches that were called out in the procedure.
Okay, Ron, we copy that.
This is Mission Control Houston. Aboard Endeavour, Mission Specialist Nancy Sherlock is now closing the payload bay doors. They'll be closed and then latched in place in preparation for the return home today. Also on board, Commander Ron Graby's just completed an alignment of Endeavour's inertial measurement units. The 3 inertial measurement units are gyroscopic platforms that provide the main navigational information for the spacecraft. And they're aligned using star sightings taken by star trackers located on either side of the nose of the spacecraft. The process is much as in that used in celestial navigation on Earth. Once that alignment was complete, Endeavour moved to another orientation to verify that the navigational update was as precise as possible in preparation for the re-entry into Earth's atmosphere. Endeavour will remain in this orientation over the next couple of hours as it provides good communications between the shuttle and mission control. And the Mechanical Systems Officer reports that Endeavour's payload bay doors are now closed and latched up, ready for the return home.
Endeavor Houston, for Ron, you have a go for Ops 3 transition.
Roger, Kurt, go for the Ops 3 transition.
This is Mission Control Houston with the cargo bay doors of Endeavor closed and latched up and ready for the trip home. The next major milestone on board is the crew prepares for the return today is to transition the onboard flight control computers for the shuttle to the software that's used for entry and landing from the current software that's running in them, that is the software used for operations in orbit. And the crew's just been given a go-ahead to begin that transition of the computers to the software used for entry and landing, which is called Ops 3.
Houston, Endeavor for payloads.
Endeavor Houston, go ahead.
Roger, we'd like a go for Eureka TCU deact.
Endeavor Houston, you have a go for TCU deact.
Roger, similar. Houston, Endeavor for payloads.
Endeavor Houston, go ahead.
Deact completed 20:14:55.
And we copy.
go for Max.
Denver, Houston, go ahead, we're ready.
Roger, on the payload bay floods, we kind of reverse the order when we shut them down, and neither the mid-port nor the aft starboard, which were both on for door closing, were illuminated.
Okay, Endeavor, we copy the mid, port, and aft starboard.
That's from Kirk, and the aft port and mid starboard have been left off since a few days ago.
Okay, we copy.
recon.
Endeavor Houston, go ahead.
Roger, Kurt. Looks like Fez B controller quit on us when we did the swap from on to GPC. Would you like us to take Fez B off and A on? Or rather, A to GPC.
Ron, we'd like on Fes Bravo, we'd like you to take it to off and back to GPC.
Okay, we'll cycle Fez Bravo off and then back to GPC.
That's a good readback, Ron. Endeavor Houston, for Ron, we'd like you to take Fes B to on.
Fez B coming to on.
Endeavor Houston, Ron, the reason that this is not working in GPC is the BFS doesn't have control of the payload yet. Once we finish Block 12, we'll be okay.
Okay, it should pick it up as soon as we go to run. We were just a little premature in going to GPC, I guess. Okay, Kurt, GPC 5 is now in run and waiting your go to take the Fez B controller back to GPC.
And Ron, you have a go back to GPC on Fes Bravo.
So that's complete. Block 12 is complete with the exception of step 9, waiting for targets on board.
Denver, Houston, we copy, waiting on your targets. We have the Dell pads and stuff almost ready to read up to you, and we'll be sending the targets up momentarily.
Okay, fine.
Denver, Houston, Ron, your target's coming up along with Ormond Beach TACAN data.
Thanks, Kurt.
Denver, Houston, Ron, we show targets on board, and you have a go for the load.
Roger, Kurt, loading them up.
Denver, Houston, for Ron.
Go ahead.
Hey, Ron, just an update to our weather. We know around another 5 minutes or so, Jeff and Janice will be getting in their suits. We just had a briefing with weather, and KSC right now is clear, 9 miles with light winds. We are looking really good for our opportunity to get into KSC today, and we just want to give you those words before you start to get into your suits.
Okay, Kurt, thanks for the heads up. That sounds great. to Endeavour. Kurt, we'd be ready to copy the deorbit maneuver pad.
Ron, we have those ready, and we're ready to read when you give the word.
Go ahead.
Okay, Ron, the deorbit maneuver pad, deorbit to KSC, orbit 154. Ohms both. TV roll 180. Pitch positive 0.9er. Left yaw negative 5.7. Right yaw positive 5.7. Weight 236,673. TIG 09/34:20.0. C1 14811. C2 is negative 0.5934. HT 065.832. Theta T is 157.344. Propellant negative 0.9768. Burn attitude roll 193. Pitch 065. Yaw 047. REI 4203. Time to free fall 35:18. Delta V tote 424.7. TGO 04:12. Vigo X positive 410.39er. Vigo Y positive 000.41. Vigo Z positive 109.40. Target HA 260. Target HP positive 023. Notes: RCS interconnect is none, and the remaining possible ohms tank P message in BFS for low ohms helium tank pressure near the end of the burn remains in effect.
Okay, Kurt, here comes the readback. Ohms both, TV roll 180, trends positive 0.9er, negative 5.7, positive 5.7, weight 236,673, TIG 9/22:34:20.0, PEG 4 C1 14811, C2 negative 0.5934, HT 65.832, Theta T 157.344, prop negative 0.9768, burn at 193.065.047, REI 4203, time of free fall 35:18, Delta V tote 424.7, TGO 04:12, Vigos X positive 410.39, Y positive 000.41, Vigo Z positive 109.40, target HA 260, HP positive 023. Notes: RCS interconnect none. Expect possible ohms tank B message for low helium press near end of the burn.
And Ron, that was a good readback.
It's Mission Control, Houston. Those communication with Endeavour was to give the crew a preliminary set of information about the upcoming engine firing for the crew. Currently, which clocks on board Endeavour and in Mission Control are counting down toward. That's an engine firing at 6:42 a.m. Central Time. That would put Endeavour on a descent to Florida with a touchdown at the Kennedy Space Center's shuttle landing facility at 7:52 a.m. Central Time. Flight controllers are currently focusing on that first and only.
Copy the Del pad.
Okay, Ron, here goes the Del pads for deorbit to KSC orbit 154. Ohms TIG slip 5:00. RCS downmoding NA. Left ohms fell HP 128. Right ohms fell HP 129er. Engine fell HP 208. Safe HP 80. Total aft quantity 1075. Total aft quantity 232. Flip HP 39er. Aft HP 31. Backup site NA. Forward RCS dump 2%. Oxidizer 00. XCG at EI 1083.2. XCG at Mach 3 1081.9. YCG negative 0.2. EI -5 inertial attitude roll 258. Pitch 329er. Yaw 342. Pre-bank left 000. AOS Hedris West EI -34. LOS NA. Altimeter set 30.03. Closed loop guidance init 23:18:17. VRAIL first reversal 12600. Landing site 01 will be a right overhead 241 degrees, runway KSC 33. TACAN 059er Yankee, MLS 06. Aim point close in, speed brakes 20% at 3K, max NZ 1.4. Wind starting at 50K, 040 at 12, 38K, 300 at 25, 28K, 310 at 20, 20K, 320 at 20, 12K, 330 at 15, 7K, 340 at 10. Surface winds are 300 at 05. In remarks, APU start sequence will be 2, then 1, using the procedure on page 3-11, attempt 2 APUs. I'll copy.
Okay, Kurt, here's the read back. TIG slip of 5:00. RCS downloads NA. Left ohms fail HP 128. Right ohms 129. Engine fail 208. Safe HP 80. Aft quantity 1075. Aft quantity 232. Flip HP 39. Aft HP 31. Backup sites NA. Dump the forwards to aux of 0. The XCG at EI 1083.2, at Mach 3 1081.9, Y is negative 0.2, roll of 258, pitch 329, yaw 342, pre-bank left 000, Hedris West AOS at EI -34, LOS is NA, altimeter is 3003, closed loop guidance in it 23:18:17, first reversal at 12,600, landing site 01. It'd be a right overhead 241 degrees to KSC 33. 059 Yankee, channel 06, close aim point, speed brakes 20 at 3K, max NZ at 1.4. We have the winds. If you start sequence 2, then 1 using the page 3-11.
Okay, Duff, that is a good readback on the Del pad.
Heard one question on the Del pad.
Ron, go ahead with your question.
Okay, engine fail HP today is 208. It has been running at 80. Understand we're going to exercise the procedure on the deorbit burn card a little differently.
That is affirmative, Ron, and we have those flight roll changes. We have a minute 30 to LOS, and we'll be picking you back up on the other side, and we'll talk about the 1 orbit late available flight rules and also your propellant pad.
Okay, see you there.
This is Mission Control Houston. That information read up to Endeavour by spacecraft communicator.
And Endeavour will be picking you back at 21:01.
That information that was read up to Endeavour by spacecraft communicator Kurt Brown was the deorbit and entry and landing preliminary advisory data, or DEL pad, details on Endeavour's descent and course toward Florida and the Kennedy Space Center, runway 33. That descent would begin with an engine firing by Endeavour at 6:42 a.m. Central Time, which would culminate in a touchdown on Kennedy's runway 33 at 7:52 a.m. Central Time. Currently, flight controllers are continuing to watch the weather at the Kennedy Space Center. Present controllers are optimistic, as was relayed to the crew by Brown just a few minutes ago, that Kennedy Space Center has improved considerably today, although there is still a chance of showers in the vicinity. Weather forecasters, however, have seen a trend of drying in the area and in the areas to the west of the Kennedy Space Center. And if that trend continues, that chance of showers in the forecast may be eliminated. This is the one and only opportunity to land at the Kennedy Space Center for today, and if weather does prove unacceptable for landing at Kennedy, then the focus would immediately shift to a landing at the Edwards Air Force Base on an opportunity that would begin with an engine firing by Endeavour at 8:11 a.m. Central Time and culminate in a touchdown at 9:22 a.m. Central. On board Endeavour, the cargo bay doors have been closed and latched, and the crew is now preparing to get into their launch and entry suits, the orange partial pressure suits that are worn during launches and landings of the shuttle. Endeavour's moved out of communications range of the tracking satellites and will move back in range of the western satellite in about 5 minutes. At 9 days, 20 hours, and 58 minutes into Endeavour's flight on shuttle mission STS-57, this is Mission Control, Houston.
Denver, Houston, we're back with you on TDRS West, and we have your flight rules when you're ready.
Roger, you're loud and clear, Kurt. How about if you wait a couple minutes on the flight rules?
Okay, that's fine. Just letting you know we're back.
Roger, we'll give you a call.
This is Mission Control Houston, currently aboard Endeavour. The crew, Commander Ron Graby, pilot Brian Duffy, and mission specialists David Lowe, Nancy Sherlock, Jeff Weissoff, and Janice Voss are in the middle of putting on their launch and entry suits, the orange partial pressure suits that are worn for entry and landing. In about 20 minutes or so, they'll begin strapping into their seats for today's return home. Currently the focus is on the Kennedy Space Center, and opportunity to land there this morning that would begin with an engine firing by Endeavour at 6:42 a.m. Central Time, culminating in a touchdown on Kennedy Space Center's runway 33 at 7:52 a.m. Central. To recap today's activities for the crew, they were awakened last night to this, their 11th day of the flight and their 3rd day of preparations for landing attempts to the song I'll Be Home for Christmas by Perry Como. They've been in preparations now for these landings for about 3.5 hours for this attempt, and clocks on board and in mission control, and the focus is on the Kennedy Space Center. Currently the forecast for today's opportunity is more optimistic and shows some improvement over the last 2 days, although there is still a chance of showers developing during the morning. However, there is a possibility that chance of showers currently in the forecast may soon be eliminated if current trends over the Florida Peninsula continue with drying in the air. Flight controllers and weather forecasters will continue to watch that situation and update the forecast as the next hour and 20 minutes to that engine firing wear on. Currently flying practice approaches to the shuttle landing facility at the Kennedy Space Center is astronaut Hoot Gibson in the shuttle training aircraft, and he's also flying around the area of the Kennedy Space Center and making weather observations, reporting them back to mission control. Again, the forecast today for Kennedy is more optimistic than it has been over the past 2 days, although there is still a chance of showers developing during the early morning above the Florida Peninsula. However, that chance may be eliminated if current trends continue. If weather at the Kennedy Space Center is unacceptable for the final opportunity to land at Florida, the attention will immediately turn to Edwards Air Force Base and an opportunity to land there about an hour and a half later, beginning with an engine firing by Endeavour at 8:11 a.m. Central Time, culminating in a touchdown at Edwards Air Force Base runway 22 at 9:22 a.m. Central. The weather at Edwards is as stable as it has been over the past several days, with cloudless skies, unrestricted visibility, and 8-knot winds from the west. Again, however, at present the focus is on the Kennedy Space Center, with a forecast that it appears to show some improvement over the past 2 days. Although there's still a chance of showers developing over the morning, that chance may soon be eliminated as weather forecasters continue to watch developments over Florida and also get observations from aircraft around the Kennedy Space Center and ground observers. with an engine firing at 6:42 a.m. to begin a descent to the Kennedy Space Center. Endeavour would first encounter Earth's atmosphere at about 75 miles altitude, or 400,000 feet, several hundred miles north of Hawaii above the Pacific Ocean at approximately 7:21 a.m. Central Time. Its course would continue across the Pacific to make landfall above northern Baja California at about 7:31 a.m. Central. As it continued across northern Mexico, it would cross the Texas border just north of Laredo and move across South Texas at about 7:35 a.m. Central, exiting over the Gulf Coast above Corpus Christi, Texas. We'll continue across the Gulf of Mexico and make landfall above the Florida coast just north of Tampa at about 7:44 a.m. Central Time. And Endeavour would drop below the speed of sound, go subsonic as it passed almost directly over Orlando at about 7:48 a.m. On its final approach to the Kennedy Space Center, Endeavour would perform a right-hand 241-degree turn to align with runway 33 and touch down at predicted 7:52 a.m. Central Time. Currently flying the shuttle training aircraft at the Kennedy Space Center is astronaut Hoot Gibson, flying practice approaches to the shuttle landing facility. Gibson's reporting his observations on the descent and approach to the runway back to Mission Control. In addition to flying approaches to the runway, he'll also fly around the vicinity of the Kennedy Space Center and report weather observations. The shuttle training aircraft is a specially modified Gulfstream aircraft designed to imitate the handling qualities of the space shuttle.
Endeavor Houston, go ahead.
Kurt, we're ready for block 22. Shall we do it as written?
Ron, we'd like you to do block 22 as written.
Okay, it's in work.
Endeavor Houston, go ahead.
Kurt, this would be a convenient time to do the deorbit flight rules review.
Okay, Ron, we have those, and we have 3 deletions. We would like you to delete line number 4, line number 10, and line number 21, that's 21.
Okay, Kurt, that's delete lines 4, 10, and 21 on deorbit flight rules, 1 orbit late available.
That is affirmative. And concerning your question earlier about the ohms fell HP, as you see, line 20 is still there. If neither engine lights, we will wave off 1 rev. However, if both engines fail after ignition, we'd like you to complete RCS, and that's the reason for line 21 deletion.
Okay, well, we understand.
Okay, Ron, and the other thing is propellant pad. It remains the same, and it will remain the same for the rest of the mission. 06 on left and right.
Got it. 6% left to right for the propellant pad.
Good readback, Ron. Endeavour Houston, Ron, after reviewing all the entry switch configurations, the only switch we can find is on C3, on one that's easy to get to, the master MADS. We'd like it to on, and obviously the WCS, we see it still activated, and we understand that'll be done later, obviously. And looking at the Cape weather and our opportunity today, we think fluid loading is a go.
That sounds great, Kurt.
This is Mission Control Houston aboard Endeavour. The crew is now strapping into their seats in preparation for the return home. We're just about an hour and 5 minutes away from scheduled engine firing for Endeavour that would begin its descent toward the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. That engine firing would occur at 6:42 a.m. Central Time to culminate in a touchdown at the Kennedy Space Center on runway 33 at 7:52 a.m. Central. Endeavour is currently above the Pacific Ocean on a course that will have it make landfall above northern Mexico. As Endeavour passes over North America during this next few minutes at about 5:58 a.m. Central Time, residents of the Houston area will have an opportunity to see Endeavour. That will begin again at 5:58 a.m. Central Time and last for a total of about 3 minutes. Endeavour will be moving from the west to the south-southeast and reach an elevation above the horizon of about almost 60 degrees, about 58 degrees. Again, that'll be an opportunity for residents of the Houston area to see Endeavour as it passes overhead. Beginning at about 5:58 a.m. Central Time, Endeavour should be visible for a total of about 3 minutes, moving from the west to the south-southeast at an elevation above the horizon of about 58 degrees. Currently, the weather forecast for the Kennedy Space Center shows more optimism than has been present for the last couple of days of landing attempts by Endeavour, with some improvement seen over the Florida area as an upper level low has moved off the coast to the east of the peninsula. Forecast still currently has called for a chance of showers earlier this morning. However, as observations of the peninsula continue with the sun rising in early morning hours, updates will be provided to that forecast, and there's a possibility that that chance of showers may be eliminated. With an engine firing at 6:42 a.m. Central to begin its descent, Endeavour would first encounter the effects of Earth's atmosphere at about 7:21 a.m. Central Time at an altitude of about 75 miles or 400,000 feet above the Pacific Ocean north of Hawaii. As it entered the atmosphere and continued its descent, it would first make landfall above northern Baja California at about 7:31 a.m. Central Time. Would continue across northern Mexico, cross the West Texas border just north of Laredo, and continue across southern Texas at about 7:35 a.m. Central Time, exiting off the Gulf Coast over Corpus Christi, Texas, and continuing across the Gulf of Mexico to make landfall above the Florida coast north of Tampa, Florida at about 7:44 a.m. Central Time. Endeavour would go subsonic over Orlando, Florida at just about 7:48 a.m. The time it drops below the speed of sound. As it makes a final approach to the Kennedy Space Center runway 33, it would form a right 241-degree turn to align with the runway, with a predicted touchdown on runway 33 at about 7:52 a.m. Central Time. And again, we're now just about an hour away from the start of that engine firing to begin its descent toward Florida at 6:42 a.m. Central. On board Endeavour now, also the crew is drinking about a quart of water each in preparation for the return to Earth's gravity. The lack of gravity, weightlessness, causes the fluid in the body to be lost, and this drinking of water prior to re-entry and landing is done to replace some of that fluid that is lost as the body adapts to weightlessness.
Endeavour Houston for Ron, we have configured for voice recording on board.
Thank you.
Astronaut Hoot Gibson is now making a practice approach to runway 33, imitating the flying qualities of the shuttle. The shuttle's descent to the runway is more than 7 times as steep as that of a standard commercial airliner and almost 20 times faster. Gibson's reporting his observations as he makes these practice approaches to the runway back to Mission Control, as well as observations of the weather in the area. Endeavour is currently approaching the west coast of North America. As Endeavour passes over the United States on this orbit, tracking information on the spacecraft will be obtained from ground radar sites, and from that tracking, navigation information will be derived to be compared with the onboard navigation for the shuttle, and will be sent up to update and make sure that the shuttle's navigation information is precise as possible prior to its re-entry into the atmosphere. As Endeavour crosses above the Houston area in 10 minutes from now at 5:58 a.m. Central Time, it should be visible to residents of the Houston area. It'll be visible for a total of about 3 minutes as it moves from the west to the south-southeast, and it'll reach a maximum elevation above the horizon of about 58 degrees. And again, that opportunity to see Endeavour is coming up in just a little under 10 minutes from now. This is Mission Control, Houston astronaut Hugh Gibson, again completing another approach to the shuttle landing facility. His observations are being relayed back to Mission Control, and any comments he has about the approach to Kennedy Space Center runway 33 will be relayed on to Commander Ron Gravy aboard Endeavour. In just a couple of minutes, Endeavour should become visible to residents of the Houston area as it passes overhead.
Endeavour for GNC.
Endeavour Houston, go ahead.
40 for Holmes, TVC, gimbal check if you are.
Endeavour, we are ready for the TVC gimbal check.
Endeavour will be visible for a total of 3 minutes, starting at about 5:58 a.m. Houston time. Moving from the west to the south-southeast, it'll reach a maximum elevation above the horizon of just about 58 degrees. We're now just about 45 minutes away from the engine firing that would begin Endeavour on a descent to the Kennedy Space Center, runway 33. That engine firing scheduled for 6:42 a.m. Central Time, leading to a touchdown at runway 33 at 7:52 a.m. Central. An updated forecast for the Kennedy Space Center shows only low scattered clouds in the area, 7+ miles visibility, and winds out of the west-northwest at about 5 knots. And a chance for rain in the forecast has now been dropped.
Endeavour, we're ready for the APU pre-start.
Endeavour Houston, Brian, you have a go for APU pre-start.
Good work. And Houston, good pre-start.
Endeavour, we agree. Good pre-start. Endeavor Houston, you have an early go for T-minus 25 steps.
Roger, you're right of mine, thanks.
Ron, they say you've trained us well.
If we do this much more, we're going to know much more about each other than we all want to know.
I'm glad we're not there yet. Endeavor Houston, you have a new state vector on board. You have a go to reload the targets, and you have a go to early maneuver.
Okay, we'll reload and maneuver.
This is Mission Control Houston. That call to Endeavor indicating that a new state vector is on board the spacecraft. That's a again a state vector sent up to Endeavor. That's a statement to update the onboard navigation for the shuttle. That was derived from tracking information as Endeavor passed over ground sites in the United States just a few minutes ago.
Endeavor Houston, go ahead.
Kurt, we're reconfiguring to helmets. We'll maneuver when we're done with that.
Ron, we copy that.
We're just about 33 minutes away from an engine firing that will begin Endeavour on a descent to the Kennedy Space Center. That engine firing is scheduled to start at 6:42 a.m. Central Time, and it would culminate in a touchdown at the Kennedy Space Center shuttle landing facility at about 7:52 a.m. Central Time. Currently, the weather forecast for the Kennedy Space Center has improved during the morning and considerably from the last couple of days. Presently, the forecast calls for low scattered clouds, 7+ miles visibility, and winds out of the west-northwest at about 5 knots. In addition, Commander Ron Gravey is now maneuvering Endeavour to the proper orientation for this engine firing. Endeavour's 2 orbital maneuvering system engines would fire for a total of 4 minutes and 12 seconds. Resulting in a change in velocity for the spacecraft, a total change of about 290 miles an hour, enough to begin Endeavour on a descent toward the atmosphere. After the engine firing at 6:42 a.m. Central Time, Endeavour would first encounter the effects of Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of about 75 miles, or 400,000 feet, over the Pacific Ocean north of Hawaii at about 7:21 a.m. Central Time. Endeavour's course would take it across the Pacific to make landfall above the coast of northern Baja California at about 7:31 a.m. Central. Endeavour would cross northern Mexico and move across the South Texas at about 7:35 a.m. Central, taking a course just north of Laredo and exiting to pass over the Gulf of Mexico above Corpus Christi. Endeavour would continue across the Gulf and across the Florida coast north of Tampa, Florida at about 7:44 a.m. Central Time. Course that would take it almost directly above Orlando, and as it approached the Kennedy Space Center, Endeavour will perform a right 241-degree turn to align with runway 33 for a predicted touchdown at about 7:52 a.m. Central. It's Mission Control Houston, astronaut Hoot Gibson completing another practice run to runway 33. Runway targeted for Endeavour's landing at the Kennedy Space Center. Gibson's flying the shuttle training aircraft. It's a specially modified airplane that imitates the handling qualities of the space shuttle and the approach and landing of the shuttle. On its final approach to the runway, the space shuttle approaches more than 7 times as steep as that of a standard commercial airliner's approach. The shuttle's rate of descent during that final stage toward the runway is almost 20 times as fast as a commercial airliner's.
Endeavour Houston, Ron, you have a go for deorbit burn at this time. We will be with you through the first minute or so of the burn.
Roger. Go for the deorbit burn.
And that's a good readback, Ron. Go for the deorbit burn.
This is Mission Control Houston. That call to Endeavour gave Commander Ron Gravy the go for upcoming engine firing in just a little more than 20 minutes at 6:42 a.m. Central. That will begin Endeavour's descent to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, runway 33. That go given on Endeavour's 4th attempt to a landing opportunity, or 5th attempt to a landing opportunity at the Kennedy Space Center, rather, over the last 3 days. Endeavour is currently at an altitude of about 231 nautical miles. At the time of this engine firing, it'll be off the east coast of Africa, above the Indian Ocean. Endeavour will be in communications with Mission Control for about the first minute of the engine firing. It'll be a 4-minute and 12-second long firing of the orbital maneuvering system engines on the spacecraft. That will result in a total change in velocity for Endeavour of about 290 miles an hour, or about 425 feet per second, and begin Endeavour on a descent to Florida. Again, that burn's scheduled in just about 18.5 minutes at 6:42 a.m. Central Time. Once Endeavour begins its descent, the spacecraft will first encounter the effects of Earth's atmosphere at about 7:21 a.m. Central Time, north of Hawaii above the Pacific Ocean. As Endeavour begins to encounter the atmosphere, it will perform the first in a series of 4 banks that it will perform during its return to Florida. Those banks designed to dissipate speed and slow the spacecraft on its approach. Endeavour's first bank will be to the left. Then it will reverse that bank to move to a right bank. Second, third bank will be back to the left. And then its final bank before approaching Kennedy will be back to the right. Again, those dissipate speed and slow the shuttle's approach, and result in the shuttle taking an elongated S-course across the Pacific Ocean as it approaches North America and the Florida Peninsula. Endeavour should first make landfall above North America, above northern Baja California at about 7:31 a.m. Central Time. It will continue across northern Mexico and across South Texas, just north of Laredo, and then exiting over the Gulf Coast above Corpus Christi, Texas at about 7:35 a.m. Central. This course will continue across the Gulf of Mexico to across the Florida coast north of Tampa, Florida at about 7:44 a.m. Central Time. And Endeavour will drop below the speed of sound as it passes above Orlando, Florida at about 7:48 Central Time. On its final approach to runway 33, it will perform a right 241-degree turn to align with the runway for a predicted touchdown of about 7:52 a.m. Central. This is Mission Control Houston. We're now 10 minutes away as clocks on board Endeavour and in Mission Control continue to count down toward engine firing to begin Endeavour's descent toward the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. With a touchdown on Kennedy Space Center's runway 33 predicted at 7:52 a.m. Central Time. Again, Mission Control and Endeavour will be in communications for about 1 minute of this 4-minute and 12-second long deorbit burn before Endeavour moves out of range of our communication satellites. We're now 5 minutes away from ignition of the deorbit burn. We'll have communications with Endeavour for about the first minute of this 4-minute and 12-second long engine firing that will begin its descent to Florida. In this engine firing will lead to a predicted touchdown at runway 33 at the Kennedy Space Center at 7:52 a.m. Central. Mechanical Systems Officer reports one auxiliary power unit to supply power to the hydraulics on board Endeavour has been powered up and is running and looking good. Hydraulics on board the shuttle are used to move the aero surfaces, the rudder and ailerons and elevons. As Endeavour descends into the atmosphere, as the atmosphere thickens and air pressure builds, as it continues to decrease in altitude, steering control of the shuttle gradually switches from its steering jets that are used in space for orientation and in the upper thin reaches of the atmosphere to its aero surfaces, the wing flaps and rudder. Current weather forecast for landing at the Kennedy Space Center calls for low scattered clouds, more than 7 miles visibility, and wind out of the northwest-northwest at about 5 knots. Very good weather for landing. Propulsion officer here reports he sees the propellant tanks on board Endeavour being pressurized in advance of the start of this engine firing, now 1 minute away.
Endeavour Houston, we see you in a good config for the burn. APU looks good.
Thanks, Kurt.
Propulsion officer reports he sees 2 good engines firing on board Endeavour. We'll have communications with the spacecraft for about the first minute of this 4-minute and 12-second long engine firing. Propulsion officer reports engine in good shape. And we've lost communications with Endeavour. We'll regain communications with the spacecraft in 4 minutes. Propulsion officer reported the engines were firing and that everything looked good with the burn. Had about 3 minutes left to go in the burn when we lost communications. Again, we'll pick up communications with Endeavour in just about 4 minutes. This engine firing begins Endeavour on a descent to Florida. Endeavour will first encounter the effects of Earth's atmosphere at about 7:21 a.m. Central Time at an altitude of about 75 statute miles, or about 400,000 feet, above the Pacific Ocean just north of Hawaii. Its course toward Florida will have it make landfall above North America for the first time, above northern Baja California, at about 7:31 a.m. Central. We'll continue across northern Mexico, crossing South Texas north of Laredo and above Corpus Christi, Texas. Continuing back across the Gulf of Mexico, crossing the Florida coast north of Tampa, Florida at about 7:44 a.m. Central Time. Going directly above Orlando to make a right 241-degree turn to align with runway 33, with a predicted touchdown on runway 33 at about 7:52 a.m. Central. We're now about 2 minutes and 40 seconds away from regaining communications with the spacecraft.
Endeavour Houston, we have you on Teedros West, and we see good residuals, good burn.
Roger, Kurt.
This is Mission Control Houston. We've regained communications with Endeavour, and flight controllers confirmed that it was a good deorbit burn. Endeavour now on the proper course in its descent to Florida, with a predicted touchdown in 1 hour and 4 minutes at 7:52 a.m. Central Time, 8:52 a.m. Eastern. Endeavour will first encounter the effects of Earth's atmosphere in just about 33 minutes at an altitude of about 75 miles or 400,000 feet above the Pacific Ocean north of Hawaii. This is Mission Control Houston. Endeavour's continuing its descent toward the atmosphere. Again, it'll first encounter the effects of the atmosphere in just about 30 minutes or so, when it reaches an altitude of about 400,000 feet, approximately 75 statute miles above the Pacific Ocean north of Hawaii. The spacecraft's looking in very good shape as flight controllers continue to monitor. And we're about 1 hour and 1 minute from touchdown at the Kennedy Space Center's runway 33. For an update on
a 42-second forward RCS stop.
Duff, we concur with that time.
For an update on preparations to receive Endeavour at its landing at the shuttle landing facility, we'll go to the Kennedy Space Center now.
Well, we are almost exactly an hour away from this morning's landing of the shuttle Endeavour and her 6-member astronaut flight crew. Out at the shuttle landing facility, support personnel are busy finalizing their plans for supporting this morning's landing. Dozens of engineers and technicians have been out at the runway over the last several hours, placing equipment in place that will be used for deservicing Endeavour upon her return to Earth. Once the ship has rolled to a stop, the first convoy crew will approach the orbiter and immediately begin inspections. Outfitted in protective gear known as scape suits, the crew will use air sniffers and other equipment to look for the presence of any gases or fuels that might be leaking from Endeavour or the Eureka spacecraft. After the vehicle is declared safe, other members of the team will approach the orbiter and continue with their post-landing safing. Several minutes after the landing, a people mover type vehicle known as the crew transporter will drive up to and park adjacent to Endeavour. The astronauts will leave the ship about 45 minutes or so after landing and enter the crew transporter, where they will receive their initial medical checkups before heading over to the crew quarters, which are located about 8 miles away from the runway. The astronauts may at their discretion choose to leave the crew transporter and walk around Endeavour. Once back at the crew quarters and after getting a little bit of rest, the astronauts will leave KSC and return to the Johnson Space Center mid-afternoon. Endeavour will remain on the shuttle runway for the next several hours while the convoy crew continues to ready the ship for the move to Bay 1 of the Orbiter Processing Facility. Endeavour is expected to be ready for this move by early afternoon. Once it is back inside its processing bay, the shuttle team will remove the Eureka satellite that was captured during the STS-57 flight and deliver it to a nearby payload facility where it will be deserviced and inspected. Endeavour is next planned to fly in December of this year on the STS-61 mission, when the vehicle will be used to rendezvous with the Hubble Space Telescope during an 11-day servicing flight. Out at the shuttle runway, Chief Astronaut Hoot Gibson is continuing with his weather flights and reporting good news back to flight controllers in Houston. In summary, the KSC team is ready and waiting for the return of Endeavour to its space home port. About 58 minutes away from the landing of Endeavour, this is the Kennedy Space Center Control Center.
This is Mission Control Houston. Endeavour is now moving into the orientation for its re-entry into the atmosphere with its nose angled up 40 degrees and wings level. Endeavour will first begin to encounter the atmosphere in about 24 minutes at an altitude of about 75 miles or 400,000 feet above the Pacific Ocean north of Hawaii.
Endeavour Houston for Ron, we have a note concerning your first roll reversal.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Ron, you can expect a positive H-dot at Mach 12.4 after the first roll reversal, and that's due to the combination of the roll and being in the constant drag phase.
Okay, thanks for the heads up.
This is Mission Control Houston. Everything looking very good for Endeavour as it continues its descent toward Earth's atmosphere. It will first begin to encounter the effects of the atmosphere in just about 21 minutes at an altitude of about 400,000 feet. As Endeavour begins a descent into the atmosphere, it will perform a series of 4 banks. To dissipate speed and slow down as it approaches Florida. Its first bank will be to the left. Then it will go from the left bank to a right bank in a roll reversal. Then it will bank back to the left and then back to the right. Endeavour's course toward Florida will have it first cross North America above northern Baja California at about 7:31 a.m. Central Time. It will continue across northern Mexico and across the Texas border just north of Laredo, and move across South Texas, exiting above the Gulf Coast over Corpus Christi, Texas at about 7:35 a.m. Central. Endeavour will continue across the Gulf of Mexico to cross the Florida coast to the north of Tampa, Florida at about 7:44 a.m. Central. And go subsonic, drop below the speed of sound as it moves above Orlando at about 7:48 a.m. On its final approach to the Kennedy Space Center, runway 33, Endeavour will perform a right 241-degree turn to align with the runway, with a predicted touchdown of 7:52 a.m. Central in just about 50 minutes. Endeavour's now dumping excess propellant from its forward reaction control systems. It's to better balance the spacecraft as it prepares for its encounter with Earth's atmosphere. Current altitude for Endeavour is 200 nautical miles as it continues its descent toward the atmosphere. 48 minutes away from touchdown at runway 33. In about 17 minutes, Endeavour will first begin to encounter the atmosphere. Endeavour's altitude now 180 nautical miles as it continues to descend toward Earth's atmosphere. .5 minutes away from Endeavour's first feeling the effects of the atmosphere. As Endeavour descends through the atmosphere into thicker and thicker regions of air pressure, steering control of the spacecraft will step by step be given over from its steering jets, the onboard thrusters, to the aero surfaces of the spacecraft, the wing flaps, ailerons, elevons, and the rudder. Endeavour's altitude now 167 nautical miles as it continues to descend from its 250 nautical mile high orbit. Mechanical systems officers reported that all auxiliary power units on Endeavour are up and running and looking in good shape. The auxiliary power units generate the power that drives the spacecraft's hydraulics. The hydraulics are used to operate the aero surfaces, the ailerons, elevons, and rudder, as well as the brakes.
Endeavour Houston, hydraulic fluid thermal conditioning will not be required today.
Roger, not required.
Endeavour's altitude's now 145 nautical miles as it continues to descend toward Earth's atmosphere. It will first encounter the atmosphere in about 10 minutes. Endeavour's in the orientation for its encounter with the atmosphere, with its wings level and nose angled up at about 40 degrees. Endeavour's altitude now 126 nautical miles. At an altitude of about 400,000 feet, or about 65 nautical miles, it will first begin to feel the effects of Earth's atmosphere in just about 7.5 minutes. Endeavor's altitude now 98 nautical miles. About 4.5 minutes away from encountering Earth's atmosphere. Endeavor's altitude now 87 nautical miles. About 3 minutes or so it'll first encounter the effects of Earth's atmosphere. As Endeavor descends through the atmosphere, it will perform a series of 4 banks on its approach toward Florida, designed to dissipate speed and help slow the spacecraft. Also, as it descends into the thicker regions of the atmosphere, its steering jets that are used to keep the spacecraft stable and keep the shuttle stable will step by step be switched off, and the aero surfaces on the shuttle be used for control of the spacecraft. Aero surfaces are the ailerons, elevons, and rudder. As air pressure builds up, they'll be used and the steering jets automatically switched off. Endeavor's course toward Florida will take it across northern Baja California, northern Mexico, southern Texas just north of Laredo and above Corpus Christi, Texas, across the Gulf of Mexico to make landfall above Florida north of Tampa, almost directly over Orlando, and Endeavor will perform a 241-degree turn as it approaches the shuttle landing facility to align with runway 33. Touchdown expected in about 32 minutes. Endeavor's altitude now 70 nautical miles. Endeavor now beginning to enter Earth's atmosphere. Onboard navigation from the shuttle. Ports an altitude of 406,000 feet. Speed about 16,800 miles an hour. Endeavor's sinking into the atmosphere at a rate of about 409 miles per hour, losing altitude at about 400 miles an hour, and decreasing as it continues into the atmosphere. Altitude now 356,000 feet. Range to the Kennedy Space Center, shuttle runway 33, 3,900 nautical miles. Endeavour's continuing with its nose angled up at about 40 degrees and wings level. Altitude now 288,000 feet. 3,400 nautical miles from the Kennedy Space Center. Endeavour's rate of descent into the atmosphere continuing to slow. Now descending at about 430 feet per second, or about 290 miles an hour. Endeavour speed's about 16,800 miles an hour. Endeavour continuing across the Pacific Ocean at 26 minutes to touchdown at the Kennedy Space Center. Endeavour will move into sunrise as it crosses the coast of Baja California. Altitude now 253,000 feet. Endeavour now beginning its first in a series of 4 banks it will perform as it approaches Florida to slow down. Endeavour now banking to the left with wings angled at 80 degrees. Range to Kennedy now 2,880 nautical miles. Endeavour speed about 16,400 miles an hour. Endeavour continuing in a steep left bank with wings angled 80 degrees horizontal. 2,530 nautical miles from Kennedy Space Center. Altitude 241,000 feet. Endeavour speed about 16,200 miles an hour. Endeavour is continuing to bank to the left. In the first of 4 banks it will perform as it approaches Florida to slow down, and banking now at with wings angled 72 degrees. Altitude 231,000 feet. 2,030 nautical miles from the Kennedy Space Center. Speed about 15,400 miles an hour. Endeavour is now approaching the coast of northern Baja California on a course that will take it across northern Mexico and above South Texas before crossing back out over the ocean, over the Gulf of Mexico, over Corpus Christi, Texas. Now just under 20 minutes away from touchdown at Kennedy Space Center's runway 33. Flight controllers continue to see the spacecraft in very good shape. Range to Kennedy now 1,650 nautical miles. Endeavour's altitude 227,000 feet. Continuing in a left bank with wings angled at about 65 degrees. Endeavour speed 14,300 miles an hour. Endeavour now above northern Mexico. Endeavour now 1,260 nautical miles from runway 33 at the Kennedy Space Center. Altitude 216,000 feet. Endeavour speed about 13,400 miles an hour. Endeavour continuing in a steep left bank. First of 4 banks to perform as it approaches Florida to dissipate speed. Now just over 17 minutes away from predicted touchdown time on runway 33. Endeavour's course taking it across South Texas, just north of Laredo, and just over Corpus Christi, Texas, as it crosses back out over the Gulf of Mexico. Continue across the Gulf of Mexico to make landfall above Florida, north of Tampa. Now 1,025 nautical miles from the Kennedy Space Center, altitude 207,000 feet. Endeavour traveling 12,700 miles an hour. Endeavour continuing in a left bank. Range to the Kennedy Space Center now 814 nautical miles. Altitude 196,000 feet. Endeavour speed now 11,000 miles an hour. Endeavour's range to Kennedy Space Center runway 33, now 537 nautical miles. Endeavour continuing across the Gulf of Mexico. Speed now Mach 12, 12 times the speed of sound. Altitude 175,000 feet. Endeavour continuing in a left bank, now switching to a right bank in the second in a series of 4 banks. It'll perform as it approaches Florida to slow down. time to touchdown at runway 33, just about 12.5 minutes. Endeavour now in a right bank, with wings angled about 50 degrees to the right. Speed now 6,800 miles an hour, or about Mach 10 times the speed of sound. Altitude 163,000 feet. Range to touchdown at Kennedy Space Center runway 33, 365 nautical miles. Endeavour now closing in on the West Florida coast, range to Kennedy.
Endeavour Houston, take TACANS.
Roger, Kurt, taking TACANS.
290 nautical miles to Kennedy. That call indicating that Endeavour can now use information gained from the Tactical Air Navigation System, a radio beacon from the ground, to update its navigation on board with its bearing to Kennedy and
Endeavour Houston, energy, ground track, and nav are go.
Roger.
Call indicating that Endeavour is right on the correct speed and altitude and course for the Kennedy Space Center, runway 33. Endeavour's altitude now 140,000 feet, 220 nautical miles to the Kennedy Space Center. Speed now Mach 6, or 6 times the speed of sound, about 4,100 miles an hour. Endeavour's now banking back to the left. The third of 4 banks it will perform as it approaches Kennedy to slow down. Wings now angled about 50 degrees to the left. Range to touchdown 100 nautical miles. Speed now 3,400 miles an hour, or Mach 5. Altitude 117,000 feet. Range to the Kennedy Space Center, 135 nautical miles. Endeavour continuing in a left bank with wings angled about 43 degrees. Just about 8 minutes to touchdown on runway 33. Now 93 miles to the Kennedy Space Center. Altitude 99,000 feet. Speed Mach 3, or about 2,000 miles an hour. Endeavour now banking back to the right with wings angled about 40 degrees to the right.
Houston, Endeavour, we'd like air data.
Endeavour Houston, take air data.
Now I have a view of Endeavour as it approaches the Kennedy Space Center. 68 miles from touchdown at runway 33. As Endeavour approaches runway 33, it'll perform a right 241 degree turn to align with the center of the runway. Altitude's now 84,000 feet. Endeavour traveling at 2.5 times the speed of sound, or about 1,800 miles an hour. Endeavour's now leveling off as it approaches the heading alignment cone. Imaginary cone created by the microwave scan beam landing system, around which Endeavour will perform a right 241 degree turn to align with the runway. Now under 5.5 minutes to touchdown. Altitude 71,000 feet. 41 miles to touchdown. Endeavour traveling 1.5 times the speed of sound, or about 1,100 miles an hour. Now,
Endeavour Houston, we show you on energy approaching the hack. You're a go for nominal drag chute deploy. The STA is reporting light winds around the hack with nominal hack techniques.
Oh, we copy, Kurt. Thanks.
standing by for Endeavour to go subsonic. Altitude 47,000 feet. That call indicating that Endeavour's speed is right on target as it approaches final turn, a right 240 degree turn to align with the runway. 24 miles to touchdown. Endeavour now subsonic. Airspeed 255 knots. Altitude 39,000 feet. And Endeavour announcing its arrival. Airspeed now 259 knots. Beginning its right turn, 240 degree turn to align with the runway. Banking now with wings at about 40 degrees. Altitude 30,000 feet. 16 miles to touchdown.
Endeavour Houston, you're on energy at the 180.
Roger.
Call indicating that Endeavour is right at the proper speed as it has 180 degrees left to go to align with runway 33. Altitude 23,000 feet. Airspeed 256 knots. Continuing in a right bank.
Endeavour Houston, we show you on energy at the 90.
Roger.
90 degrees left to go as Endeavour continues its turn to align with runway 33. Altitude 17,000 feet. Nine miles to touchdown.
Endeavour, we show you on glide slope on center line. Surface winds are 310 at 8, peak to
Endeavour's
11.
wings now level as it aligns
Roger.
right on target for runway 33, altitude 8,000 feet. Altitude 4,000 feet. Landing gears down and locked. Main gear touchdown. Endeavour back in Florida after more than 4 million miles, bringing home a European satellite that spent almost a year in space. Drag chute deployed. Nose gear touchdown.
Endeavour Houston, we copy, will stop. And Ron and crew, it's nice to have you home.
It's great to be home. And CDR, NCC on 259.7. Go ahead. I wanted to establish good comm with you. We're en route to see you. We have a tally.
Endeavour Houston, we have no updates to post-landing procedures. For Duff, we will be doing the fuel cell shutdown just prior to the RCS ohms valve test.
Roger, Kurt, I copy that.
Houston, the ET umbilical doors becoming open.
Delta, we're watching.
Endeavour's crew is now going through post-landing procedures to safe the spacecraft. And Endeavour will soon be approached by the landing convoy. Convoy will first check the area for any leaks of toxic fumes of any type. Once that is deemed to be clear, then they'll move into position and begin hooking up equipment to purge the payload bay and cool the shuttle systems.
And Houston, are you going to be needing a hydraulic load test today?
Endeavour Houston, the hydraulic load test will not be required today.
Roger, Kurt, not required. Houston, Endeavour, RJD's off, side hatch, direct chute, and landing gear safe.
Endeavour Houston for Ron, we'd like the ammonia activation this time on page 5-8, and we'd like the ammonia controller Bravo secondary on.
Okay, ammonia activation on 5-8 with ammonia Bravo secondary on. Did you copy the safing call for RJD side hatch, direct chute, and landing gear?
Endeavour, we copied.
Okay. This is Mission Control, Houston. Touchdown times for Endeavor's landing this morning at Kennedy Space Center runway 33 were 7:52 a.m. and 16 seconds for main gear touchdown, Central Time. 7:52 a.m. and 34 seconds for nose gear touchdown in Central Time. And 7:53 a.m. and 23 seconds for wheel stop on Endeavor. In mission elapse time, those times were main gear touchdown at 9 days, 23 hours, 44 minutes and 54 seconds. Nose gear touchdown at 9 days, 23 hours, 45 minutes and 12 seconds. And wheel stop at 9 days, 23 hours, 46 minutes and 1 second.
Endeavor Houston, Ron, you have a go for the Ops 9 transition, and as a reminder, we'd like you to lead the BFS in run, and we'll call you on the switch throws for it.
Roger, Kirk. Go for the Ops 9 transition, leave the BFS and run.
Good read back, Ron. Endeavor Houston, the sniff checks are complete and your go for doffing suits.
Roger, thanks.
Commander Ron Gravy is transitioning Endeavor's onboard computers to the software used for post-landing. Post-landing press conference for shuttle mission STS-57 and Endeavor's landing will not be held until after a flight readiness review, which is now underway at the Kennedy Space Center, is completed by shuttle managers. That flight readiness review is being done in preparation for the launch of Discovery on STS-51 about the middle of this month. Although the time that review will be completed is not available at present, it likely will not be any earlier than 11 a.m. Central Time or noon Eastern Time. Again, a post-landing press conference for STS-57 will not be held until after the flight readiness review, which is now underway at the Kennedy Space Center by shuttle managers. For Discovery's launch on STS-51 is completed. That time that the press conference will be held is not available now, pending completion of that review, but it will likely not be any earlier than 11 a.m. Central Time or noon Eastern Time.
Endeavor Houston, for Duff, you have a go for the SSME repositioning, and we are requesting a rain drain position today, 02.
Okay, Kurt, we'll reposition him with the rain drain 02.
Workers now checking the vicinity of Endeavor as the rest of the landing convoy prepares to move in.
Endeavor, just want to confirm one more time, that was 02, the rain drain for the engines.
And that is a firm rain drain 02 ID. Endeavor Houston for Ron, we'd like ammonia Bravo to off and ammonia Alpha to secondary on.
Ammonia Bravo off, ammonia Alpha secondary on.
Ron, and reason for that is Bravo is controlling a little high.
Roger.
Endeavor Houston for Ron, we'd like to take the BFS to standby at this time.
BFS coming to standby at this time. Houston, Endeavor, we're ready for the speed brake repositioning.
Endeavor Houston, we're ready and you have a go.
Roger that.
Endeavor Houston for Ron, we'd like the BFS back to run at this time.
BFS to run.
Endeavor, we got complete on the speed brake repositioning. We're ready for the APUs when you are.
Endeavor, Houston, for Duff, you are go for APU shutdown.
Roger, in work.
Crew of Endeavor is continuing to go through their procedures to safe the orbiter after landing. Meanwhile, the convoy has moved into position and is hooking up lines to provide cooling to the orbiter's systems and also provide a flow of cool air as a purge to the cargo bay. So the also moving into place is the crew transport vehicle.
Endeavor, Houston, you have a go for extended power up.
Go for extended power up.
Houston, Endeavor, APU shutdown is complete.
Endeavor, Houston, we concur, and Duff, you have a go for vent door purge positioning.
Roger.
Endeavor, Houston, for Duff, you have a go for the fuel cell number 3 shutdown reactant valve test.
Okay, Kurt, it's in work now. Endeavor, fuel cell 3 react valves both closed simultaneously.
Endeavor Houston, we copy both valves closed. We confirmed that, and your go to proceed to step 13.
Okay, Kurt, understand. Step 13 is coming.
Good read back, Duff.
And Houston, step 13 is complete.
Endeavor Houston, for Duff, we see the fuel cell 3 test complete. You have a go for the RCS ohms valve test, and you have an early go from us for the forward RCS manifolds when you get to that step in the procedure.
Okay, understand. We have a go about 2/3 of the way down the procedure for the forwards, Roger.
That is a good copy, Duff. Endeavor Houston, for Ron, we'd like ammonia A to Pry GPC.
Ammonia A, Pry, GPC.
Good read back, Ron. Endeavor Houston, for Ron, we'd like to take the A controller to off and try B Pry GPC.
Okay, ammonia A coming off, B, Pry, GPC.
Good read back, Ron. Endeavor Houston, for Ron, we'd like to take the ammonia Bravo to secondary on.
Ammonia Bravo, secondary on.
Good read back, Ron, and for your information, we may have a blockage in the ammonia system. It seems both controllers are not controlling. Endeavor Houston, Ron, we'd like Bravo, ammonia Bravo to off, and ammonia A to secondary on.
Bravo off, A secondary on.
Good read back, Ron.
Looks like we're getting some cooling, Kurt.
Ron, we agree each cycle gives us a little bit of time. It looks like it may stabilize here now.
Roger.
And Houston, Endeavor, the RCS ohms valve test is complete.
Okay, Brown, we copy that. Endeavor Houston for Ron, we like ammonia, both systems to off.
Say again that last, Kurt.
Roger, Ron, both systems, ammonia systems to off ASAP.
Both ammonia's off now.
Good copy, Ron. We now have ground cooling.
Great.
Endeavor, the ASP is on the headset.
Endeavor, Houston, we have you loud and clear, Don.
Loud and clear also, and be advised the crew is beginning to exit the vehicle.
Okay, copy. They are exiting the vehicle.
This is Mission Control Houston. The crew is now getting off of Endeavor. A post-landing press conference for shuttle mission STS-57 will not be held until after the flight readiness review, which is currently being conducted at the Kennedy Space Center by shuttle managers for Discovery's launch on STS-51, which is upcoming in the middle of this month. The press conference will not be held until after that flight readiness review is completed. The time that review will be completed is uncertain at present, but it will likely not be any earlier than 11 a.m. Central Time or noon Eastern. And again, the post-landing press conference for shuttle mission STS-57 will not be held until after the flight readiness review for STS-51, now underway at Kennedy, is completed. That time is unavailable at present, but it likely will be no earlier than 11 a.m. Central Time or noon Eastern Time. The STS-57 crew will be...
Endeavor, Houston, Ron, go ahead.
Roger, Kirk, we're about to turn you over to the very capable hands of the ASP, but myself and the entire crew would like to thank everyone on the entry team for the tremendous job you did over the past couple of days and all the effort you spent in getting us back in here. We really appreciate it.
Well, Ron, I can express the feelings for all the team here. We really appreciate all your work and all the changes we made, and we're glad to have you back on the ground. We have one call from actually another vehicle here. If you'll stand by one moment.
This is Discovery with an orbiter-to-orbiter comm check. How do you read?
Loud and clear, Frank. If we'd known you were over there, we would have done a flyby of the pad.
We were looking for you. We just wanted to congratulate you from STS-51 on a very productive mission and a great landing, and let you know we're right on your heels.
Well, thanks very much. You guys have a great flight. I know you will.
Thanks a lot. These guys do such a good job here. They've already got us out on the pad, and we're about almost through a TCDT.
Okay, well, have a good one. We'll see you back home.
Thanks a lot. Welcome home, Skipper.
Thanks, Reed.
And Ron, Houston, again, we appreciate your hard work, and we'll see you once you get back here at Ellington.
See you back home.
It's Mission Control Houston. That call to Endeavor Commander Ron Graby was from Discovery's commander, Frank Culbertson, who's currently aboard Discovery at the launch pad at the Kennedy Space Center, a few miles away from the shuttle runway on which Endeavor sits. Culbertson is currently going through a practice countdown with his crew for shuttle mission STS-51, which is scheduled to launch around the middle of this month. That's only the second time that commander of one shuttle has talked to the commander of another. The first time that occurred was in April 1985 when shuttle mission 51D was in orbit and passing above the Cape. Commander Carol Bobko of 51D spoke to Bob Overmeyer, who was preparing for shuttle mission 51B and going through terminal countdown demonstration test as well, countdown dress rehearsal at the launch pad at the Kennedy Space Center. And again, that conversation with Endeavour was from Frank Culbertson, who's the commander for STS-51. Currently going through the terminal countdown demonstration test, a standard dress rehearsal of countdown that's done, dress rehearsal of the launch countdown that's done a few weeks before each flight. Endeavour's crew is now exiting the spacecraft, and we'll be heading back to Houston this afternoon. There will be a welcome home ceremony for the crew when they arrive, and that arrival is expected at Ellington Field at about 5 p.m. Central Time. Ceremony will be held at NASA Hangar 990 at Ellington. And again, that's currently expected at about 5 p.m. Central Time.
Houston Endeavour, the CDR has exited the vehicle.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, post-landing press conference for STS-57 will not be held until after the conclusion of the flight readiness review for Discovery's mission on STS-51, which is underway at present at the Kennedy Space Center. The time that review will conclude is not known as yet. However, it is unlikely that the post-landing press conference could occur earlier than 11 a.m. Central Time or noon Eastern. It won't occur any earlier than that. This concludes commentary for shuttle mission STS-57. This is Mission Control Houston.
This is the Kennedy Space Center landing control. The crew of the STS-57 mission, the 6 astronauts now pulling along the shuttle landing facility inside their crew transporter. The astronauts en route to their quarters at the operation and checkout building about 6 miles away, following a very successful mission aboard the Space Shuttle Endeavour. Deservicing of Endeavour will continue for the next several hours, and after that time it will be towed back to the Orbiter Processing Facility Bay 1, where work will begin to remove the Eureka payload and the Space Hab module from inside the vehicle's payload bay. From that point on, it'll be preparations for the upcoming STS-61 flight of Endeavour, which is now scheduled to occur in December of this year. The primary purpose of Endeavour's next flight will be the retrieval and repair of the Hubble Space Telescope, a mission that's planned to last 11 days with 5 spacewalks now scheduled to occur. Preliminary observations of Endeavour show the ship to be in very good shape. And again, it will be towed to the runway in about 6 hours. The astronauts, the 6 STS-57 astronauts, will remain in their crew quarters until mid-afternoon, when they are scheduled to board 2 separate flights and be transported to the Cape Canaveral Air Force Station skid strip, where they will leave for Ellington Field and home at the Johnson Space Center. The post-mission press conference will be held following the flight readiness review for STS-51, and that should occur by early to mid-afternoon, and that conference will emanate from the Kennedy Space Center. Within the next few minutes, we will begin showing replays from different camera angles of the STS-57 landing here at the Kennedy Space Center. And with a good, successful flight behind us, we will now sign off NASA Select Commentary for STS-57. This is the Kennedy Space Center.